since he's coming back, he needs to get involved in the house. Not services, so let's see.
That's really good because he once says he was such a golden doctor after
Of course, Christian.
Christian after the
No, man. But
two.
it's all about anyway. How you see yourself in both.
But yeah, I'm curious. Curious of not convinced, uncertain how much net is open for some variation option. I have plans and concerns. But let's see.
We can discuss, but also regardless, it's like you express a few things when you that we also like to discuss it. How is that going? Because for me it's not even clear or
There's two gopi nuts.
No, but I'm talking about
I know, but at the original there's two gopi nuts. One's gopi nut butter, gopi nut here preaching. And so there's two gopi nuts, three gopi nuts.
But let's discuss it.
Because I wrote the whole play when I was away, and I wrote like Annie Rose too. So I put some time into think, is this juice there? Yeah, it's just my doctor, just bring to my lack of conviction. Is this what I should really give all my time to the book? Go to the doctor says, yeah, it's not, he's coming here for now. You still don't know, we can't picture me, come on, go to the doctor.
Can picture
Yeah, I think maybe you want to run things here for
No.
But
So let me see if we can meet on Thursday.
yeah. I mean, good for you.
Yeah. What's happening?
What's the placard in there?
Would you like to have the glasses on?
No.
You still standing
I
there?
think so. One thing I want to buy, I'm going to buy myself. I want to really have a head.
That's a my appreciation.
Well, Virgil especially. But do you know the readings? He's just like, I know it's so much more sensible. Because when he did it for this whole Christian non-Russian Verona, it was so good. Just look around
I
it.
can see you doing it.
Yeah, I just thought, I want it. Yeah. I'm surprised I bought it from
Ladies, not good. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Ram. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Radha Gopinath Ita Devi Shakti Devi ki. Jai Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki. Shri Gaurni Tai ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Go Premanandi. Okay, thank you for...
Welkom back, Shimon Prabhu.
Ciao. Thank you very much. Check around the room. Let's see. In a couple of weeks you're going, Shamlan, when are you going again? No. Yes, so thank you very much for coming out for this just little, probably a fairly quick spin through a collection of some pictures I've taken and some, as is required, some sharing of some realizations, mostly about chanting, but also some katha I've heard. So I left here on 13th of October. Actually, I thought, quick to the place I visited. I was in Vrindavan, 5 days. Sridham Mayapur, next was 3 weeks. South India, 6 days. Giri Govardhan, 3 weeks. Govardhan Eco Village, 3 weeks. And then back to Sridham Mayapur for 10 days. So that was the overall schedule. And there was 10 flights. And 6 times to Delhi Airport. I know Delhi Airport, back up and down now. And of those 10 flights, and those old places, everything, not a single thing went wrong. Until when? Until I got to Brussels. And I had Rene Antwo all lined up to pick me up, but then first thing I got there, Supreme. Why is the word Supreme? Which is French for? Supreme. Is that why? Because I remember the last time I saw it, I stood for 5 minutes going, prime something? Until I saw lots of people walking and looking at it and then walking away. It means, cancelled in French. To suppress me. Anyway, my train was cancelled. But that's amazing, isn't it? For like so many, 10 different flights and places, and not a single thing went wrong. So I was very grateful to Krishna for allowing that. But so here was, I take it, talking myself for my own memory, 30th of October, standing in Barvo Station. My little bags all ready to hit the road. And my first destination was Vrindavan. But I guess, just to share briefly, my first, and again I just heard Chaitanya Chamaprabhu explain this nicely, that I did have a meditation. I wanted to enter a phase of change. And one way to summarize it is that our service can be focused either project orientated or community orientated. And I heard Chaitanya Chamaprabhu a couple of weeks ago explaining that. And basically project orientated is tangible things, tangible services. And community based service is intangibles and long term and often not so fruitful or productive. And so my personal meditation was that after most of my ISKCON life being focused on projects and tangibles, I want to move to community-based and, intangibles, but actually very okay. How do you get yours? There you go. To services which is not easy. It's not easy because when you've grown up, you think and you want to see something built and constructed or made to move away from intangibles to tangibles to intangibles, or project-based to community-based. So that was my general meditation to these various places. So my first visit was a few short days in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Jai Shri Krishna Balaram Ki Jai. Beautiful pink outfit. Jai Shri Radhesham Ki and Shri Gaurnitai Ki Jai. Now in Vrindavan, you've noticed there's everywhere, there's about 6 signs, not signs, big neon signs, no photography, no photography, no photography, no videos. And all you see is these cameras. And I want to follow it, so I didn't take these pictures, because I felt like the security guards would come up and hit me behind if I took my camera out. But there is one devotee, a warning, in Mayapur. Mayapur's got deadly strict about it. The Mayapur TV crew, if you have your camera out during the Darshan, they'll jump on you. They will, and it's great. It's great because everyone's looking at the deities and there's no phones like this. So there's a couple of really heavy devotees monitoring it in Mayapur. So it was good to have the rule and they're following it. So I appreciated that. And the mood's nicer too. So my first 4 days in Krishna Bottom Temple. And this was my little room, which I was delighted with because I booked it online. I didn't know where to find the place, so I found this one place and I turned up and it was legitimate. Except this room, like all my trip in India, had one common theme. It was super duper. It's not so expensive, a little bit. Noisy. I mean, India means noise, Bruce. I mean, it's no joke. I walked on the streets of London for a day on Friday. It was so quiet. It was so quiet. It's amazing. It's just, everywhere is so noisy. It's almost impossible wherever you go, even to the glorious remote place of Govardhan Hill. A bunch of nights, all you hear is in the most horrendous mix with other stuff. It's really, really, anyway, it pushes you to go deep, that's the point. So here, this door was the reception area and there was a TV screen playing all night long till 12, 1, 2 o'clock, so it was, okay. So if you go to India, earplugs are essential, or good earphones. Anyway, I was happy with it. It was a legit room, so I was there for 4 or 5 nights. And my original plan was to go on Vrindavan Parikram until our dear Gaura Krishna Guru, who I was planning to partner up with, couldn't go due to service. And then I was mentaling over, should I go, for a few days. And I got this wonderful phone call from Shriram Maipur from Radhadesh TV. Shamlan, you can come to Maipur if you want. Instantly off the mental platform. Yes, wonderful. So then, after my 4 days in Vrindavan. But in my time in Vrindavan, this place just took, I don't know what, manifested before me, even though I've been there many times. Because normally when you walk into Maipur Vrindavan Trust, you walk in with one thing in your mind, which is the restaurant. There's a beeline, straight line to the restaurant. And normally, our last visit, 2 years ago, I chanted the roof for the MVT, which I love. I love chanting roofs there, but the roof was locked. I went up the whole way to the top, and I was like, oh, can I get past it? So I came down, and I walked in the gardens, and I just fell in love. There was nobody there. I mean, and again, this noise factor, even the noise was very little. And there was nobody chanting, and it's so beautifully kept. It's like, as Vrindavan should be. So I really felt, and immediately, okay, let's take serious benefit of this and chant nice, try to chant nice rounds. So if you ever go, anyway, one place, MBT Gardens, for definitely beautiful morning japa. But I'll come back to japa shortly. Okay. Oh yeah, so I do have it here. Okay. So because it was so nice, and I wasn't expecting it, and therefore I tried to, okay, that's the point. With the Holy Dam, let's chant a bit seriously. So I was writing to myself, trying to catch up, but do more journaling. And this is after one particularly sincere but failed attempt at japa one morning. I went back and I wrote this to myself. At least not while I'm chanting. At least not while I'm chanting should I make plans for my service. At least not while I'm chanting should I review conversations I've had. At least not while I'm chanting should I think about what I will eat next. At least not while I'm chanting should I think of things from the past. At least not while I'm chanting should I justify my criticism of others. At least not while I'm chanting should I worry over my body ailments. At least not while I'm chanting should I deceive myself to my level of Krishna consciousness. At least not while I'm chanting should I give value to thoughts that are mere bubbles of the mind. At least not while I'm chanting should I forget I could die any day soon. At least not while I'm chanting should I forget I am only a servant. And so I would think those thoughts, I was thinking that covers most, maybe not completely, the category of distracted thoughts. And I probably go through all of them, and every 5 minutes the mind goes from eating to talk to conversation to this. It's like the mind finds anything else to think about except the holy name. It's got such a, and therefore I summarize, I think I said this in one email, I have a taste for everything except the tastiest thing. My mind has such a taste for anything as long as I'm in the center and not Krishna. Then it's tasty. And the mind is a, what was it? Yeah, the mind is inattentive japa is an emotional affair. That's the point. Inattentive japa is an emotional affair. We're not giving our attention to the holy name because we have more emotional investment in my service, my conversations, my eating, my worrying about my body, all these things. And we have to think about these things. But, as the point was, at least not what I'm chanting. When I'm chanting, this should be exclusively my best attempt to be with Krishna. Okay, so that was some thoughts when I started to try, especially the first point, make plans for my service. That was the whole point, to have a place and time where I had no service obligations, nothing to worry about, except chanting Hare Krishna nicely. And then when you try to do it, you find out how damaged the relationship is with attentive japa. So, okay, but moving on. So taking up wonderful Hridaya Tanipu's offer to Sri Maipur Dham, and this is the view, I have the picture later on. Hridaya Tanipu stays in Ishodhya Bhavan building and has a beautiful view of the whole campus and the TOVP. One breakfast. There's no short booze. Idli, sambar, hot idlis and sambar and coconut chutney for breakfast. Can't go wrong. So while I was there, attended the second opening of the Lorna Shingadev wing. And the first opening in May, and then the second opening. So one portion. So here is just the main dome. I think I'll play a little video. So you get a sense of the size of the dome and the different floors. And there's the altar and there you look up. Size of the dome. What you see, there's mostly safety nets. And that's meant to be opened. Our dear Brad Velasquez was opened that it was meant to be December 25. So now quietly it's December 26. And that is so not good. It's so, even Ridley Peru, he's really expressing this will not be ready for years to come. And even when I was there, it seems kind of quiet on the TVP. It wasn't like an army people working, it's like people walking around. So it's got years to go. But anyway, when it's ready, it's ready. So, so the Lorna Shingadev wing, they opened it. Now the floor was finished and various things like that. And the top dome, I think. So here you can see this here is cloth and cloth. This is the section that's not finished. And even he said that won't be done till after they move the DDs and open the main dome. And then they'll come back to do this. So there's many, many, many years of work yet on it. But what they've done is just unreally beautiful. I mean, I've never seen a building. I've been to, the Louvre. It's when you see it, the grandeur and the spectacle. And especially, I love marble floors. And just the detail, this beautiful curving all around. The inlay is so detailed, so beautiful, so intricate, so opulent. It really is jaw-dropping, mind-blowing, the beauty of this temple. When it's finished, it definitely will do what Prabhupada wanted. It will attract people from all over the world. And while I was in Maipur, a wonderful coincidence, Radhanath Maharaj's Yatra was there, and every night, every day they were going on parikrams. I didn't do that, but I went to the Kata in the evening. And here you get a quick darshan of 10,000 devotees. And but still two things. Actually, even Radhanath Maharaj and his crew, the first evening, the sound system wasn't working. And at one point, Maharaj left the stage and they were fixing it. And the stress, you could feel the stress. And they fixed it. And Maharaj came back. And after about 10 minutes, he was looking at the audience. Can you hear me? And he could feel from the audience that they couldn't. And then he got his notes and literally went. He threw his notes beside him and says, "Let us have kirtan. We don't need whatever microphones for that." So then he led a really, really, really lovely kirtan, and we had a good, fully fired up dancing. But the devotee in charge, you could. Here's 10,000 devotees come to hear the Swami, and this was the peak. And it doesn't technical issues. I really, really felt this actually was Shamananda, Chaupati Shamananda, and my heart was going out to him big time for the stress of that. But on Prabhupada's disappearance day, when they served Prashadam, I think I queued for 10 minutes. It's just the most exquisite organization. The speed the queues move at, and the number of queues, and the way they serve you. Radhanath Maharaj, what he's done here in his yatras and in Nika village later, he's filtered his mood down through every single person. It's amazing how he's filtered. That's one thing. The Shakti. Everybody has a piece of Radhanath Maharaj's mood when they serve under his programs. Amazing. And anybody who knows our dear Gopinath Bhadra? This is Gopinath Bhadra's Soul to Soul Cafe. Very impressive. It's a whole accommodation building, and I was there twice, and it was busy both times. And he's building a new building, another 4-story accommodation down the road. This is on the way to Rasamitra Kunj. It's just unreal, the amount of buildings and buildings and buildings and buildings going up. It's just, the speed is unreal. So much construction. Okay, so then one quick story in my part I want to say is that I was during Kartik, and even though Kartik meant to offer a candle every day, I just couldn't do it. It was just the queues to get the candles and the bustle and the panic. And so I was doing Manasa candles. I'm not sure how bona fide that was to Radha Madhava. For about 4 days, I just thought, I just can't. And then it was just after the Darshan, I started to feel, on the 5th day, I think I started to feel a bit guilty. Well, I should be making the endeavour. And within 30 seconds, somebody walked up to me with a candle. Here. Out of the blue. And I said, okay, I'm not Radha Madhava. That's, talk about direct exemplification. And then that devotee came up to me every single day. Because I had in my pro temporum, you have to have a way to survive the crowd. So I had my exact spots I would stand at the exact same time, every day, and I was always against the pillar. This side of the pillar. For Nrsimhadev Arti this side, for Radha Madhava's Arti this side, for Prabhupada Guru Puja this side, but I'd be glued to a pillar. So at least you have some sense of locus standi. So this devotee came to me every single day then for the rest of the Kartik and offered me a candle to bring to the deity. So very, very sweet reciprocation. Okay, South India. So our dear Tiruji has put every penny of his money in the last 5 years into building, not this temple actually. That would be extra impressive. Let's see, I think this is also a little video here. Lots and lots of Shanai. Oh my lord, hours and hours of Shanai playing. And that structure behind is what the temple is built. And unfortunately I didn't take an inside picture of it. But the installation was done all by local Brahmins. And I think I have, this pandit here. We know in our philosophy that a Brahmin is someone, a Vaishnava is a Brahmin who follows nicely. But when you see a real Brahmin, you do get why they're a bit biased against us Westerners. Because a real Brahmin, he sat for hours and hours and hours chanting mantras with no sheets, no phones, no nothing. It came out of him for hours. What he was doing, and it was just, you could see it was so natural. He's born and bred with it, and it was very beautiful to see that. I was like, myself and Murli people was thinking, where's the phone? What's he reading? We must be cheating somehow. No. So it is genuine, a real Brahmin. If you're born with that, it's very beautiful. So he oversaw the mantra for 2 days. It was a 2-day installation. And of course, lots of coconuts, and their installation of the coconuts was like a 4-hour ritual as well. So they're from the Madhva Sampradaya. They weren't so like that. And there's the outside of the temple. It's very beautifully painted. Unfortunately, because of the scaffolding on the last day, they have to bathe the chakra. You can't quite see it so well. There's some devotees came from a local temple, ISKCON temple, to do kirtan. But look at the painting of the dome. It's very, very, very beautifully, very colourful. And lots of pictures then, lots of handing over blessed coconuts to Yogi and his guests. Oh, what's this? Okay, and then at the end of the day, I think I sent this picture with a wonderful parade around the village with the deities. And so I've been a whitey, there was a novelty for the kids, so I played with that and I got them all to sing, and even though you can see this chap was a little... he's a little uncertain about what this guy is about. But it was a double Harinam. They were doing their mantras singing, and then there was a bunch of us doing Harinam Kirtan there. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And then there's Tiruji with the deities and their beautiful gardens. Now, I don't know if you know about Tiru. You know, we all know he's the manager of Soul Street, a very, very successful multi-million-pound restaurant. Tiru has nothing to his name. He doesn't have a house, he doesn't have a car, he doesn't have land, he He's got a useless bit of computer, and every penny for years now he's sending back to India. Everything. And this temple cost a lot of money. So he literally plumps everything into these temples. Into the last 15 years, he built 2 temples. That's where all his Lakshmi's gone. So, a pious soul for sure, Arturdi, and even himself from Murlipur. And then I said, at least one day we went visiting some local temples, and this was the Vamana temple. And literally, yeah, he must be the size of this room. And his leg was just like up like this at an angle. And of course, no pictures. So I did try to find online a picture. And I think, I can't be 100% sure, but that could be, but even though it looks like it's quite photoshopped and cleaned up. But very beautiful. So all the deities are so big, and so you feel the ancientness of when you go into these. And we got to meet the head of the head of the temple, what they call. And he's a very young, that gentleman there, quite a young, but in the classic case, it's born in the family, it's handed down from his father to him, like that. He was very nice, he was. He was very, very cultured, and he knew about ISKCON, and we had some nice philosophical discussions. And it wasn't easy to get to meet him, so again, we were happy. Tiru had to push to get to meet him, so Murlipur had lots of questions and discussion with him. So that was fun. Yes, so, true South India. Okay, and just very briefly, this is Bengaluru Airport, or Bangalore, and it's the most amazing airport. It's all wooden. Everything is wooden. You can't quite make it out. But all the pillars are wood, the ceilings are wood, and the walls are wood. Everything is wood. I've never seen an airport so pretty. And so it's a big airport. It's all wooden. It was very unusually sattvic. And they're not hanging Christmas trees. There are real plants hanging over the lights. Real. There was lots of information about how it was built. Anyway, unusual. Okay, so then from South India, I flew up to Delhi, and from Delhi we went off to Govardhan. And so Govardhan was a mixture of 2 different retreats. The first retreat was in this Shri Rupa Seva Kunj with His Holiness Bhaktivigyan Maharaj. And this is a brand new project that's still only about, not even half built yet. They have accommodation built, but you can even see from the front, everything about this is just exquisite. And Maharaj explained, Shri Rupa Seva Kunj means it is a place dedicated to serving divine beauty. It is also dedicated to Shri Rupa Manjari, Shri Rupa Goswami, but he said the first definition is that the importance of beauty in devotional life. And he explained, we know of Krishna's 6 opulences, but he said they all, and I hadn't heard this before, they all are connected and based upon the Shri, the beauty. All of the qualities are an element of beauty. So he wants this project to be very, very, very beautiful, and it's unlike the Govardhan Retreat Centre, it's only for seminars that he approves of and ISKCON speakers. He wants it to be a very sanctified place. So this is the accommodation building. Again, it's a little rough outside, but all very, very, very beautiful. And the rooms are super beautifully done too. Everything about it was unusually top class for India. And this is where we had the guitar. You can see the beautiful structure there for 5 or 6 classes. Maharaj gave guitar. The title was Akuras Entering Vrindavan. And Satchidananda Maharaj came and gave one class too, and His Holiness Radhadesh Swami came, spoke for about 10-15 minutes as well. And Lakshmani Mataji was there, Urmila Mataji was there, Madhavanandapur was there, a few other very senior devotees. It was very, very... And the place where we had the guitar was called the Samadhi Garden. No, Samadhi Garden or the 6 Goswamis. And in the garden there's 6 thatched huts being built. And each one of these were each of the 6 Goswamis. So they're not installed yet, they're all together in this one. But even this is, if I'm correct, Shri Rupa Goswami. but exceptionally, again, very well made murtis that will be installed in time. And the gardens have got these beautiful 2 ponds that are curved around each other, and everything about it. And even all the plants in it, they're all original Vrindavan plants, as they would have been when Krishna was there. They're not randomly picked. He's got 2 devotees working just on the plants, so they're all of the mood of original Krishna Vrindavan. So he's really, and you can see Maharaj is really passionate about making the place very beautiful. So his seminar was Akuru's entrance into Vrindavan, and just very briefly to share a few notes. He said, the purpose of retreat, slow down the mind sufficiently just so we can see reality. I like that a lot, because we've all heard the reality. We all hear about it in the scriptures, but our mind goes so fast. We're not looking and observing and living it. So a retreat is when you slow down the mind to see reality. That's very nice. And he explained how there's 3 types of Vrindavan. Adibhotika Vrindavan, the Vrindavan that you do get a ticket to, and you have a room to stay in, the physical Vrindavan. Then Adidaivika Vrindavan, and this is subtle Vrindavan, and this he means by when you go there and then you get into a certain mood, you will connect to the mood of the sadhus who have also come there. Presently when you're there and from time immemorial. Because everybody, he said, he's spiritual graffiti, I'm not sure every sadhu who goes to a place, they leave a part of themselves there. So in holy places, so many sadhus have come. If you get into the right head space, you can enter Adidaivika. And of course, Adhyatmika then is directly Krishna's pastimes, where you directly feel and see Krishna's pastimes, which obviously then is revealed to you. So in that subtle Vrindavan is when you enter a certain mood, you will perceive the sanctity of the holy persons. But Adhyatmika Vrindavan is when Krishna then reveals to you the pastimes in his presence. So I thought the very nice meditation. At least we should always come to Adidaivika Vrindavan. And the summary of the seminar he gave 5 lessons from Akura's life. Embracing adversity to strengthen bhakti. Bhakti sometimes unfavorable circumstances are necessary for cultivating intense longing to progress spiritually. Akura spent 12 years working for Kamsa. 12 years, imagine, when everyone else had left, especially after what Kamsa did. We hear about it. The kings all left, right? Kamsa imprisoned Ugrasena. Mathura was not a nice place. Akura stayed and served Kamsa with the one meditation that he knew one day he will get to see Krishna. But for 12 years, in very austere conditions. So I thought I never heard that emphasized before. Adversity strengthens our bhakti. The power of internal meditation amidst external chaos. So then when things are going wrong around us, it forces us to go deeper. The importance of patience in the journey of bhakti. Spiritual life must unfold naturally, allowing time for maturity. This is a point Bhakti Maharaj makes a lot. Don't do things artificial. He's very, on so many levels, we hear about artificial enunciation a lot in ISKCON, but there's also artificial ideas of my elevation, an artificial aspiration, an artificial assumption of where I'm at. No, it will come, it does come. And you scientifically follow the process of bhakti yoga, but we should be patient. And we're not very good at being patient. Detachment through natural progress. It should happen naturally. Again, you should not force detachment. Detachment should come as a product of bhakti, not any other reason. If it comes as an idea that I should be detached, that's gyan. That makes you hard and cold. Detachment comes from increased attachment to Krishna and allowing the fruit of devotion to ripen again naturally. So Maharaj, he's very much got this mood of the scientific, natural process of bhakti. When you know the process, you follow it nicely, these results come naturally, in time. Don't force them. And I think I have one little summary of Maharaj's presentation. To conclude, Vaishnava meditation is not about visualizing or creating spiritual experiences. He doesn't like this Western idea of meditation where you
artificially creates things. No, it is about aligning our minds, bodies and hearts with Krishna's will. It is a process of self-purification where we take responsibility for our thoughts, attitudes and actions. Through this constant engagement with Krishna's names, qualities and pastimes, we can deepen our connection with him and ultimately experience his divine revelation. So that was Maharaj's summary. Very much, it should be natural and it should be scientific and it should be completely centered around Krishna. Everything should be centered on Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. And we take responsibility, because I like this line a lot, it's something, responsibility for our thoughts, attitudes and actions. Everything we do, we have to take account for. Okay. And then, some reason, I met Madhavananda Prabhu at least 5 different places. You know, I met him in Vrindavan the first time, and then I met him in Govardhan, then I met him in the Eco Village, and then I met him in Mayapur. So even though I missed him here, I got lots and lots of nice interactions. And he always said this thing: anybody who's near me, he'd go to them and say, "How can you tolerate him? How can you tolerate being with him?" So we had some nice, funny exchanges. Very sweet. And then here's some local sadhus. Now, interesting, this, I was a little shocked until I saw there's lots of posters in India with big people doing this. It basically means our version of this. Peace, brother. But somehow or other, for though I'm not sure if everybody knows this, but in England this is... So I first got a little shocked, then no. He's offering us peace, especially after we bought them bars of chocolate. They were very happy. Okay, so that was all in Sri Baseva Kunj, which is on, as you're going down Govardhan, on the left, first side, near the bottom. And then you go around Govardhan, then you come to the Govardhan Retreat Centre, which is almost, just exactly the opposite side of Govardhan Hill. This is the one inspired by His Holiness Satyananda Swami and His Grace Burijan Prabhu. And this is just one. But this complex is much, much bigger. Much, much bigger. Very beautiful, very nice also. Not quite on the same scale as Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj is doing, not quite. And Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj acknowledged that. Why am I building another retreat centre? Well, the Govardhan Retreat Centre is beautiful, but he also wants, they rent it out, necessity, for weddings and things, but he won't. So there's at least 3 buildings like this, accommodation. And here's the backdrop and the stage for the Holy Name Retreat. And it's a shame I didn't take a nice picture, a detail, because all these are nice ISKCON personalities. I'm not sure if the picture is good enough to identify any. I think, they got it so well, right? And this is Panchagodru. This is very, very good on Panchagodru as well. This person here. Yeah, the big window Maharaj. And then there's Prashanta Mataji and Braj Bihari Ru. And then Bhakti Vigyan Maharaj. Now this one I don't think they got so well. I'll tell you Radha Maharaj. Oh, but this one's very good. Yeah. Yeah, isn't it? So imagine. So it was very nice background. They did assembly of devotees for the stage. And then I did parikram twice. One was, as mentioned, the Zoom parikram, 4.5 hours around. And next time was Panchagodpur, and we spent 9 hours walking, and we had some stops. So this is, I guess I'm not sure, I wouldn't recognize it, Uddhavakund. The first stop, Uddhavakund, very beautiful. And then this is just one tree. I think I sent this picture. Amazing. It looks just like a perfect Christmas tree. Well, yeah, decorated. And I mean, all of the trees around, it just shows we are social animals. Birds of a feather flock together. They were all on this one tree, all the birds gathered nicely settled on it. I thought it was very, very interesting little picture. And then, of course, Shri Radha Kund Ki. Okay, well, I'm going. Yeah, we'll move along quickly. Obviously, I got a nice quiet day too. And here was that one nice devotee, and I thought, my God, it definitely is the sign when you're getting really old, when you look at a picture of a devotee like that, and you think, he looks like a boy, a young kid, but he's early 20s. A nice brahmachari on the retreat. Any of you recognize this samadhi?
No, Krishna does.
Radhadesh Swami. Yeah, Radhadesh Swami's samadhi just inside Radhakund, yeah. Unusual. And of course, things are evolving in Govardhan, so when you do the parikram, now you can pull in for a minute, lie down and get a full body massage. Oh my God. I should have tried it just for the laugh of it, just so you can see what it's like. Imagine getting into it, you'd be like, ooh. Anyway, yeah, and it's the Krishna. It's Krishna's full body massage too, of course. Just to make sure Krishna's in there too, and you get your full body massage anyway. Advancement.
They're sponsoring your presentation.
Huh? They're sponsoring your presentation. Yes. You look for the next time. Okay, and this is Manasi Ganga. Yes. And of course, this is the bottom end of Giriraj. And I got this picture because I'm on this temple. And here's the picture I sent to. I'd never been here before. At the bottom of Giriraj, Lord Nrsingadev temple. That His Holiness Indraduna Swami sponsored repairs. And I hadn't been there before. I hadn't been a few places I'd never been before. It was very nice. And then, of course, on the Holy Name, you also have the 64 round day in Terkadamba. And this tree is everywhere. It's just like you could fill this whole temple room, the tree. The branches and twists and turns. So we had our wonderful 64 round japa day there. And, of course, after any good japa day, I went home and wrote something. So I meditated upon Jai Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Vishakhi Ki Jai. Japa. The true barometer of our understanding the philosophy. There's so much philosophy, but if you want to know how true it is, look at your japa. Don't be envious of Krishna. Be attentive to His holy name. Don't keep yourself in the center of your life. Don't keep yourself in the center of your life. Be attentive to His holy name. Don't think making yourself happy is the goal. Be attentive to the holy name. Don't maintain my lust desires to enjoy. Be attentive to the holy name. Don't think yourself independent. Be attentive to the holy name. Don't think yourself the center of existence. Be attentive to the holy name. Don't see Krishna as an order supplier. Be attentive to the holy name. Don't think myself Krishna's competitor. Be attentive to His holy name. Don't love myself more than Krishna. Be attentive to His holy name. And the point is, when I'm not attentive, when I'm inattentive, then I'm guilty of all these things. That's what inattentive japa means. Because this is Krishna. This is the supreme Satchitananda, sweet personality of God. And when I don't give Him attention, I'm doing all the things. I'm being envious. I'm putting myself in the center, etc. So, attentive japa nourishes our attraction for Krishna. Inattentive japa nourishes my illusions that I am the center. When we're attentive, we're nourishing our attraction to Krishna. When we're not attentive, we're doing damage. We are doing damage. So then after the Holy Name retreat, then you had the Govardhan, the Guitar retreat. And that's 5-6 days of nice guitar by Satchidananda Maharaj, Burjampur, and Her Grace Jagatrini Mataji. And this year was a new element called being alone with Krishna. And every day you went for 3 hours to Govardhan, and everybody sat around in this place, and they gave everybody little altars and notebooks, quite some I didn't do the little bits, I just got into my japa. But for 3 hours you sat and you prayed to Krishna, you wrote to Krishna, you read about Krishna, and you chanted Hare Krishna. And you could do it as you like, variation. And it was super good. Now I didn't, of course, do it directly. I just did this. I found my section and I just chanted up and down for 3 hours at the side of Giriraj. And I've never done that before. Normally I'm walking the parikram, but just to stay beside Giriraj on the path and chant for hours and end was very wonderful. So we did that for 6 days. Being alone with Krishna together. It is with Krishna, but you do it together, so the whole atmosphere is very surcharged. And here's the nice Shilas of Govardhan that were there blessing us. And then Mother Jagatrini telling her Krishna's, the Damodar Leela pastime over the 5 days. She very richly, very sweetly expands upon the story and tells it in a very dramatic, engaging way. Okay. So that was 3 weeks under the shelter of Govardhan. And then so from Govardhan we went to Delhi. In Delhi we flew to Mumbai, and Mumbai we went up to the Govardhan Eco Village. And I was super excited by this because I'd never been there before, and I heard so much about it. And even just this afternoon I heard Shrutikirti Prabhu. He's now lived in Vrindavan for 5 years in Vrindavan. And he said, he was actually in Chapati Temple, and he said now he goes to the Eco Village to recharge, to deal with his service of living in Vrindavan. So the Eco Village is just, again, everything about Radha Maharaj is something extraordinary. I'm not sure if I share this meditation, because we know Chapati Temple. Chapati Temple is Maharaj's heart. He's been for 35, 40 years now. And if Chapati Temple is his heart, this is the baby. This is the fruit of all the years of cultivating so many devotees that they come together and make this extraordinary project. Extraordinary in so many ways. This is the temple, Shri Shri Radha Vrindavan Bihari, which is still under reconstruction. It used to have a mandap, but it was much smaller. Now they're building this one, and it's obviously only the bones of it yet. It's going to be decorated, but it's much, much, much taller, much, much bigger, and the grounds are all being redone, and there's a building on. So the sanctorium is there, but everything's been built. It's going to be a long time yet before it's open. So the darshan wasn't there. You couldn't go. I got one Brahmin. She brought me up for a sneaky darshan, but everything's done on the screen in the go down a few minutes away. So the morning program wasn't being held there, but so when it's finished, obviously it's going to be extraordinary. Yes, Shri Shri Radha Vrindavan Bihari ki.
It's open now, by the way.
It's open.
Darshan. Yeah. Last week.
That.
You can go now for Darshan.
Oh, the darshan's open, yeah,
Yeah.
but the buildings, they haven't finished the construction on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe the darshan may be going on at certain periods. Okay, but this is where I spend my main time and focus. And obviously, I'm not going to talk much about this. It's not fit for public in Radha Gopinath's temple room. But it was an interesting experience. If it's done me good, I'm not sure yet. I'm still taking these hideous Ayurvedic medicines. But all I can say, I'm so pleased I had Murli Manohar with me. I would not have survived. No way. Not on my own. 3 weeks of this. And also, the one thing I got disappointed, when you applied for it, you had the economy room or the deluxe room. And the description was AC, non-AC. I said, okay, forget AC. I'll take that non-AC. The Gokul cottage. But the room was really small. It's literally a bed, one table and chair, and a bed. And that was it, like not even 2 chairs. And you couldn't get 2 chairs and the room was so small. I said, yeah, okay, whatever. After about 2 days, I said, no, I can't stay in this. So I went to them and said, can I see a deluxe room, please? And I think actually, I have it coming up. Here's the doctors, Dr. Sudesh Krishnan, and then his second, and then the medicine man, I called him. Poor guy, he didn't have to deal with me at all. I was always trying to be irreverent or naughty. I called the whole thing, they had 4 torture chambers inside. I said, which torture chamber am I in today? Okay. So yeah, it's all torture. But very nice. And he comes every day to you, twice a day, to check your blood pressure. I mean, it is super hands-on. There's no question of doing it anywhere else except doing any of this in the Eco Village. Oh yeah, there's torture chamber number 3. I called it for the torture that goes on, where they do things to you that you don't want done to you, but this body has to get done. And so this is the one we moved to, Mahavan Cottage. And this is the room. When they opened the door, I said, how much? I don't care, we're paying it. And this is Murli Manohar, and this is where we sat all day long looking out the window. And beautiful. It was like, especially for doing the Panchakarma, 3 weeks in that other room. It wouldn't have been possible because you had to spend, for obvious reasons we don't need to mention, stay in your room for most of the day, for a whole week. Because if you walk somewhere, you're suddenly running somewhere. So this room is so much nice. Look at the view out the window. And the other one didn't have a view. It had a tree kind of outside the window. So it was an extra 300 euros more each. So it was worth it. So I'm glad it was available. It took us a couple of days to get it, but so very beautiful. This is I have a bunch of slides I prepared to send to Tibor actually about, because when I was there I was so much into the Ayurvedic thing. I wasn't so much getting into the eco side of it, unfortunately. I took some pictures, but they have all these about 4 of these reservoirs where they gather the rain and they cycle it and clean it, and it's such a science they have going on there in relation to their eco projects, of course. So many awards. Oh, this is here. Anybody make sense of that? Anybody know who that's from? Anybody recognize it? This is our dear Chaitanya Charan Prabhu. He happened to be there giving a presentation to the yogis who were doing the teacher training course. And they were getting a really intense summary of the Bhagavad Gita. And this was some of the slides he was using, and I thought, I think this might be going a bit above their heads. But I went every day for 2 hours. I would never tire listening to our dear Chaitanya Charan. But but it was a really amazing though. He was presenting Bhagavad Gita in a completely non-religious way, but being fully authentic. Fully authentic. He can present the Bhagavad Gita straight up and make it applicable to those who are not devotees, and fully appreciate it. And they did, even when it's intricate. Of course, he would be talking you through it, so it make more sense. But it was still intense. And then here's just one example of the eco rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge. The amount of water they need, identifying the problems, eco-friendly. Anyway, again, somebody can do more time and research, but it's super impressive what they've done. The compost is 500 kgs a day. Compost use. that's just a little more. Almost there. And then the water recycling, even the recycling, the grey, dirty water, the sewage water recycling is just so well done. It's so beautifully done. All these beautiful stones and how it's done. It's just unreal. Now, I exaggerate not when I say this guy is the size of my hand. He was the biggest spider I've ever seen outside a zoo. I mean, I couldn't believe it. You think that's a magnification? He was, at least anyway, with my hand. I put my hand up against him. It was that size. So I thought, we're in the jungle. This is proper jungle. We're in the jungles. So all sorts of. But one thing too about the whole grounds is split into two. And it's very, very, very well. You got the temple and the Vrindavan creation, and then you got the Ayurvedic and the guest house in a separate. And it's like a 7-minute walk. So super well laid out. And of course, but this is what everyone gets most impressed: the creation of the Vrindavan forest. For this quote from Maharaj, obviously, a place to absorb ourselves in the remembrance of the original Vrindavan, in feelings of separation. And this is, so apart from the main temple of Radha Vrindavan Bihari, this temple of Madan Mohan is the same size as the original Madan Mohan Vrindavan. And it's just, even the picture in the daylight, right? It looks just like it, even the black. It looks just like the Radha Mohan temple. And Maharaj gave a talk of why specifically this temple he wants to create 100% as it was. Even in the other Vrindavan, in the replica, it's there again. But this is where it's in the same way as the original Radha Mohan temple. To him, it's a very dear temple. This is Jamuna, and then Vrinda Devi overlooking, or is it Jamuna Devi? Moon Devi, I think we'd be looking over it. And then you have Rasa Leela going on, and Krishna and the cowherd boys at the side of the Jamuna. Many, I'm trying to remember the name. What are these called again? I remember the name. You call these? What? Supas. I forget the name. Oh, again, all built in beautiful, beautiful original red stone. And I have a number of pictures that I think, well, this is how Vrindavan should look, how it does look if you have the eyes. But Maharaj has created Vrindavan as we would like to see it, and we can see it. Very beautifully done. So, not quite as big as the Radha Govindaji temple, but this is about twice the size of the temple room. It's really big as well. Really, really impressive. I mean, really amazing. And I didn't get all the pictures, but the temple room inside is also the size of our temple room here. So they have lots of sanghas inside it. Some of the temples are bigger and more functional. And all built real stone, nothing artificial. It's as it was in Vrindavan. Yeah, amazing. And then many samadhis everywhere. Many, many samadhis. This is Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur's samadhi and maybe Lokananda Das Goswami, can't remember. All beautiful and real. And here's then the map of all the different places around in the replica Vrindavan. So there's like 35, 38 temples and stalis and places to go and visit. So you get really bewildered walking around because there's no one path. So you can walk this way and you walk and you walk and it goes round and around. Absolutely amazing. And lots and lots of Dari Ramas. And I walked past a few times before I realised, hang on, and maybe the next picture's a bit better. How did they pull that one off? Denikasura is literally in mid-air. Can you see how they've done it? Maybe this picture you can see a little how they've done it. Yeah, in the neck. There's a very gentle wire hanging up Denikasura in mid-air. It looks so good. You don't see it. You go really close. But it's proper, like, he's spinning Denikasura around. And then there's a couple of the characters. Oh, I didn't have it. In the tree, they had a few donkeys hanging off the trees. And then how they do it as well, but everything is so clean. So clean. Every diorama was like very nice. I don't know the name of this kund. This is a kund that Nanda Maharaj and the gopis would go to collect water to feed their cows. I forget the name of it. They would collect water. Then Bakasura. This is to the side. I think the second one, the Bakasura, being Krishna, deliverance of Bakasura. The Goshala. I mean, I'm not a cow person, as no, and yet these guys, these ladies and guys, just come up to you like anything. And I think, as I mentioned, I think even the cows are in Radha Swami mood. They're just like, hi, we're here to love you. They were just, I mean, you get a little nervous on the cows, especially you have to be careful, or the cows get nervous around us, so they're strangers. But they were just the friendliest. It was unreal. There's about 80 cows, bulls, is it 80? I think that was right. And yeah, again, everything about it is so well. And every staff member, and most, like any big project, most of the staff are not devotees, but they all attend programs. Short little program, 15-20 minutes. And even in the Ayurvedic Centre, all the therapists are not devotees. But you can see every day they have their Sangha. 15-20 minutes. And even when lunch is meant to be at 1 o'clock, he said lunch would be 10 minutes late. And why? I saw them having their Sangha. And I sent it to Tiro. I said, this is so important. This is how Radha Maharaj has trickled down his mood. They absolutely take this very seriously. Coming together and just keeping that focus and keeping that energy together so the project stays as nice as it is. So here Krishna was cowboys. And then here's two cowboys sitting together, Sangha, and I literally took this going, walking, click, 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 click. I hate stopping. Oh, I don't take a picture like this. So I just kept walking. I got one good and I'm very happy with that loving exchange of these two wonderful sadhus. Ashesha was there for a few days too, giving a program. And then Krishna and his gopis and the Rasadans. There's a number of Rasadans. Vasudeva taking Krishna, Trinavarta taking Krishna, Putana, Kaliya, Krishna. But specifically, I mean, it's pictures like this that, I mean, Vrindavan. Beautiful forest, sound of water, clean paths, moisture. Everything's real and everything is so fresh. It was when the Goswamis walked Vrindavan 500 years ago. You really feel. Again, Maharaj is such a bridge basi, we know that, right, from his Journey Home book. Before he was an ISKCON devotee, he was a bridge basi. And even when he became ISKCON, he still. So, yeah, he knows how to create the mood of Vrindavan. And you can see he's hands-on too. He's really hands-on. Maharaj is super hands-on. He's not just, he gives instructions. I can see him walk every morning. I saw him walking around. That's why I got 2 hugs. Oh yeah. When first time I met him, Chandramani Maharaj had been there. And Maharaj hugged me and gave me a hug. He says, "Oh, so you're leaving today?" Oh, I said, "No, Maharaj, I'm not with Chandramani Maharaj. I'm here to do the Panchakarma." And he burst into this big laugh. And then started to walk away straight away. And whatever took over me, I said, "Maharaj, that's a wicked laugh." And he looked around and he said, "You'll find out." And somebody said, "I've done that too." But thinking, "Shamananda." Said Maharaj, it's a wicked laugh. Anyway, next time he met me, he hugged me again. So I didn't make any offense. And he always says, "So nice to see you." Definitely amazing soul. Any of you recognize what this pastime might be? Little louder?
Maybe the gopis flying in front of the chariot.
Yes, very good. And I'd never seen this. It's a very nice creation, how much the gopis in line the chariot when Akura was taking Krishna away from Vrindavan. Very, very, very beautiful. And this pastime? Not so obvious, this one actually. Any of you can recognize what this is? If you look here, you might get more. Yes, that's very good. The wives of the Brahmins given Krishna and Balaram after the Yogic Brahmins didn't refuse them. And this pastime, a brahmachari fighting with a Mataji. A brahmachari and a brahmachari, do you have any argument? The Lord Chaitanya? No, it's not actually. And actually, even you see the full picture. Anybody guess? It is Madhu Mangal, yes. And the pastime is? If you look at the very middle of the picture, It's a very subdued holy. And Maharaj was talking about how holy, when he first did it in Chowpatty, it didn't go the way he thought it went. It went so crazy. Jai Shri Radha Gopinath Devi Shaka Devi Ki, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki, Shri Giri Govardhan Ki, Shri Gonitai Ki. I have another 2 minutes, so I'll just quickly finish before we can do kirtan. This is the holy pastime. And even before the colours start flying everywhere. And I've never seen a diagram of this. Look how beautiful this is. The Lord Brahma, after Brahma steals the boys, all the Vishnu's forms. I mean, so beautiful. So maybe this is new. I don't know. The Vrindavan forest was created, he said, in 2016. So about 8 years old. This is when Maharaj. The project started in 2003. The Ayurvedic clinic in 2011, and the Vrindavan forest 2016. So over the years developing, but very beautiful. And Agasura. And especially if you saw it like this. You saw that coming at you, you definitely wouldn't walk into that. That's a proper snake coming at you in your nightmares. And then this is No, I think it's Shrimati Radharani? Varshana? Varshana, is that right? It looked like it. And the Nandagram is under construction. Oh, and everything is under construction. everywhere in India, but in the eco-village, the temple, there's so much construction going on. They're building 2 brand new buildings. I mean, I can see huge buildings. The temple's been rebuilt, and a lot of these parikrama places have been rebuilt. So, and they built a brand new one for departed ISKCON devotees. And I could see it being built over the few days I was walking around. And the last day, I missed the opening, unfortunately, but I could see the pictures of Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and Sridhar Maharaj. And so a nice sight for all the departing souls in ISKCON. So I'm not sure how it's going to be maintained, but and the swing and this beautiful little place that you can go up to any time and go in and swing the deities. I mean, and the paintings around it, everything so beautiful. And of course, the centerpiece, the biggest Govardhan outside of Govardhan, is a huge Giriraj that takes a few minutes to walk around. It's definitely maybe 5 minutes. You go. This is one Shila, beautifully painted there. A number of the Shilas are the original Shilas from Govardhan, but when I was taking my pictures, he was taking Prashadam, so I didn't get a picture. I try not to have my phone on me too much when I'm doing all this, but I've got to go out and take some pictures. So, and of course, Srila Rupa Goswami's Samadhi, as it should look now, but of course in Vrindavan, I try not to get too agitated, but it's so sad when you go there now, because it's built in, and it's like speakers, and you just walk in, you just pay your respects, and you just leave, right? It's like sad. So here we have it in the eco-village, in beautiful forest. You can sit down, meditate in Rupa Goswami and his bhajan very nicely. And then, of course, this in Radha Damodar temple. And they had Prabhupada's rooms there to the right, Prabhupada's room and Prabhupada's kitchen. All created, not quite the same size, but very close to it. And then a beautiful lake, Radha Krishna in their famous, wonderful, sweet boat pastimes. And this is there permanently. And it moves around the lake too. Constantly moving. I'm not sure what they've done. There's no motor, it moves. And I couldn't see how, so. And then another Rasastali, the Krishna Gopis. And this is then one beautiful Hanuman deity. Actually, this wasn't in the Vrindavan area, this was beside the Ayurvedic clinic. So every morning we'd leave, you'd walk around him as a circumambulation to pray for strength and recovery. And, and then I think after Eco Village, and then to finish, did I say this before I left, this expression? I wasn't, as you chant till it hurts. Did I say this before? Oh no, okay.
Embrace the pain.
Embrace the pain. Okay, so this is a new one. So in ISKCON, everyone's convinced it's chant to be happy. And I'm even more convinced that's just the PR to get you in the door. When you get in the door, it's going to be chant till it hurts. And it's mental. And some Shastrik to back that up. This is from His Holiness Bhakti Maharaj. The style of meditation in Vaishnava tradition is deeply entwined with both humility and hope. As we reflect on the elevated stage of great Vaishnavas, we may wonder, where am I? How can I ever reach this state? This contemplation leads to a profound humility, a realization of our position in the vast spiritual journey. Yet, paradoxically, it also nurtures hope, a hope that is often baseless without any concrete reason for belief in our success. This dual sensation of humility and hope, as ascribed by Srila Sanatana Goswami, may bring pain to our hearts. However, this pain is considered an essential part of our spiritual progress. So Bhakti Maharaj in his new book, Healing Prayers, talks about the categories of prayers: Samparnatmika, Dainya, and Lalasmai. And they're all especially the Dainya, the humility when you cry, but before that is some Samparnatmika, where you realize that you're not crying. So what do? That's what Govinda Maharaj gets his point. If you can't, you cry. And that even comes being a little stimulated of the gap between me and Krishna. That's the first stage of entering real bhakti, Maharaj says. Real bhakti begins when you realize the gap between you and Krishna, and then you work more, and you pray more, and you chant more, and you do everything you've been doing for years, now you do them better. And then you make prayers samprak atmika, which is all about, my dear Lord, what have I done? But I evolved the meditation along the way. Chant till it hurts, because in that pain is buried a glimpse of prema bhakti. Somewhere in that, definitely a real sense of my love for Krishna and what I need to do to reawaken and reestablish my love for Krishna. And also chant till it hurts, because only when it hurts can it heal. Only when it hurts can it heal. And I can vouch for that for the Panchakarma. So, I don't know yet, yeah, still healing. And so, again, I'm not sure I mentioned before I left, one project I'm really going to work on, and I mentioned it in the classes I gave, and the next day the devotees referenced it in the class they gave. A book called Dealing with Disappointment. And how this is something that I think is an absolutely essential, inevitable, and under-discussed topic in the devotee's life. Because there's a nice quote from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj about the absurdity of leaving Krishna consciousness. It's a lovely quote I'm going to share. I think I'm going to give a class in a few. Why would you why and how would you leave the process of bhakti yoga? There's only one reason, because you haven't dealt with your disappointment properly. And now to deal with the disappointment, you hide from Krishna. Like this. Otherwise, why would you leave? So, something I'm going to discuss and evolve and think about more. But at the Alone with Krishnas, you'll have a little session at the end, come together to talk. And when I said this, it definitely, what? It gets a little bit of a shock response. But 3 or 4 days later, she goes, what do you mean chant till it hurts? It's a real topic. It's a real topic. And then, after all that, I came back again to Mayapur briefly. This is where Hridaya Chandipur stays. Ishodhya Bhavan. He's got a lovely apartment on the top floor. And Jai Shri Panchatattva Ki Jai. And Shri Radha Madhava Astasakis Ki Jai. So I spent my last 7-8 days again, and you never guess what Shyamananda Das did every single day. Stand by the pillar? I did I should say this. I'm going to get the boys holding me to it. I could do the full morning program. And it was bizarre in the madness of this, like from 4:30 to 9 o'clock, every kirtan, every class, everything. Just do it. Just get off the middle, just do it. And but you had to have a routine. Anyway, because I had whole issues about certain ways they chant. So many things that go on, it's a bit. But still, it's just when you have you think about this, the darshan of the deities there and how beautiful they are in Lord Nrsingadev, which I don't have actually. And especially when you know you have little time, you really want to make benefits, so you just spend the time with the deities as much as possible. Okay, I think, yes, that was it. Yes, Jai. Bharat Ki Jai. India Ki Jai. Shishi Radhedesh Ki Jai. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Radha jai. Santa Koti Vaishnava ki jai. Acharya Shiva Haridas Thakur ki jai. Musika Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasudeva Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gaura Radha Giri Govardhan ki jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Shri Mayapur Dham ki jai. Shri Jagannath Dham ki jai. Shri Navadvip Dham ki jai. Shri Radhadesh Dham ki jai. Ganga Mona Meri Saraswati Maya ki jai. Tulsi Maharani ki jai. Shalom Sankirtan ki jai. Ki jai. Hare Krishna Mahamantra ki jai. Glory to the Son of the devotees. Glory to the Son of the devotees. Glory to the Son of the devotees. Glory to Shri Glory to Shri Prabhupada. Maybe we can sing together. Namaste Rashindaya.
Bar was talking about this treasure hunt idea for our guests on tours. I was in a castle, I went to a temple or castle in somewhere in Bruges, in Belgium. There was it. And it was cool because we had a piece of paper. We had to find 15 hidden goats. It was a
Goats.
It was a special goat. It was a goat family. You know what?
Yeah, you find some symbol.
Yeah, it was something. Each symbol had a letter. And a piece of paper would spell out a word. So at the end of the day, you go back to reception and say the word 3 times. And they deliver a little gift box with something sweet to the kids. It was a great idea. It really got the kids to go explore the castle, go to different parts of the castle. So we should have sent something on that WhatsApp group. Just an idea like that, like a tour program. So you have families going off a piece of paper, go around all around the dash, find little sort of nuggets of a treasure map.
Krishna 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 Hey Krishna 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 Hey Krishna 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 Hey Krishna 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 Rakshama Krishna 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 Rakshama Krishna 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 Pahimam Krishna 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 Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshama Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshama Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Parimam Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Parimam Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Today we are reading from the Krishna book. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of God, a summary study of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam by His Divine Grace, Abhay Charan, Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, Ki Jai. So, we are looking through the eyes of a sadhu, through the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and we are at chapter 76, correct? And it's called The Battle Between Shalava and the Members of the Yadu Dynasty.
We already read the first page.
Can we read it again? While Sukadeva Goswami was narrating various activities of Lord Krishna in playing the role of an ordinary human being, he also narrated the history of the battle between the dynasty of Yadu and a demon of the name Shalava, who had managed to possess a wonderful airship named Shalva. King Shalva was a great friend of Shishupal's, and when Shishupal went to marry Rukmini, Salva was one of the members of the bridegroom's party. In a fight between the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty and the kings of the opposite side, Salva was defeated by the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. But, despite his defeat, he made a promise before all the kings that he would, in the future, rid the whole world of the members of the Yadu dynasty. And since his defeat in the fight during the marriage of Rukmini, he had maintained within himself an unforgettable envy of Lord Krishna, and he was in fact a fool because he had promised to kill Krishna. And usually such foolish demons take shelter of a demigod like Lord Shiva to execute their ulterior plans, and so in order to get strength, Salva took refuge at the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. He underwent a severe type of austerity during which he would eat no more than a handful of ashes daily. Lord Shiva, the husband of Parvati, is generally very merciful, and he is very quickly satisfied if someone undertakes severe austerities to please him. He got a special name for that. So, after continued austerities by Salva for 1 year, Lord Shiva became pleased with him and asked him to beg for the fulfillment of his desire. And Salva begged from Lord Shiva the gift of an airplane which would be so strong that it could not be destroyed by any demigod, demon, human being, Gandharva or Naga, or even any Rakshasa. Moreover, he desired that the airplane be able to fly anywhere and everywhere he would like to pilot it, and be specifically very dangerous and fearful to the dynasty of the Yadus. Lord Shiva immediately agreed to give him the benediction, and Salva took the help of the demon Maya to manufacture this iron airplane, which was so strong and formidable that no one could crush it. It was a very big machine, almost like a big city, and it could fly so high and at such a great speed that it was almost impossible to see it. So, there was no question of attacking it. It appeared to be almost covered with darkness, yet the pilot could fly it anywhere and everywhere. Having acquired such a wonderful airplane, Salva flew into the city of Dwarka, because his main purpose in obtaining the airplane was to attack the city of the Yadus, toward whom he maintained a constant feeling of animosity.
Do you think there's any nutrients in ash?
Sorry?
Any nutrients in ash?
It's minerals.
Yeah, it's completely minerals.
But you can still probably absorb some.
Yes.
It's pretty, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but
He did it for a year, right? Normally if you don't eat for a month and you die. So he's not eating like fat and
So now
carbohydrates.
we're going to have a half-hour discussion about
sure.
nutritious values
I
of
don't
flesh.
think you did it for
It depends on what kind of wood it is, you know. If it is oak wood, maybe it's better than it's.
He must have been a yogi.
Depends on the source of the ashes, yes. Could be secret ashes.
Ashutosa, yes.
Ashutosa?
That means that he's pleased.
Probably not related at all, not to do with ash.
No, it's nothing to do with that. Shalva thus attacked the city of Dwarka from the sky, and he also surrounded the city by a large number of infantry. The soldiers, excuse me, would it be possible to close that window? It's over there. Thank you. The soldiers on the surface attacked the beautiful spots of the city. They began to destroy the nice parks, the city gates, the palaces and skyscraper houses, and high walls around the city. and the beautiful spots where people would gather for recreation. While the soldiers attacked on the surface, the airplane began to drop big slabs of stone, tree trunks, thunderbolts, poisonous snakes, and many other dangerous things. Shalva also managed to create such a strong whirlwind within the city that all of Dorka became dark because of the dust that covered the sky. The airplane occupied by Shalva put the entire city of Dorka into distress, equal to that caused on the earth long, long ago by the disturbing activities of Tripurasura. The inhabitants of Dwarkapuri became so harassed, that they were not peaceful for even a moment. The great heroes of Dwarka city, headed by commanders such as Pradyumna, counter-attacked the soldiers and airplane of Shalva. When he saw the extreme distress of the citizens, Pradyumna immediately arranged his soldiers and personally got up on a chariot, encouraging the citizens by assuring safety. Following his command, many warriors like Satyaki, Charadeshna and Samba, all young brothers of Pradyumna, as well as Akura, Kritavarma, Banuvinda, Gada, Shuka and Sarana, all came out of the city to fight with Shalva. All of them were Maharatis, great warriors able to fight with thousands of men. All were fully equipped with necessary weapons and assisted by hundreds and thousands of charioteers, elephants, horses and infantry soldiers. Fierce fighting began between the two parties, exactly like that formerly carried on between the demigods and the demons. The fighting was severe, and whoever observed the fierce nature of the fight felt his bodily hair stand on end.
Who was Tripasura? Oh, okay. That was quick. That's good and quick. Bye.
Pradyumna immediately counterattacked the mystic demonstration occasioned by the airplane of Salva, the king of Salva. By the mystic power of the airplane, Salva had created a darkness as dense as night, but Pradyumna all of a sudden appeared like the rising sun. As with the rising of the sun, the darkness of the night is immediately dissipated. With the appearance of Pradyumna, the power exhibited by Salva became null and void. Each of Pradyumna arrows had a golden feather at the end, and the shaft was fitted with a sharp iron head. By releasing 25 such arrows, Pradyumna severely injured Salva's commander-in-chief. He then released another 100 arrows towards the body of Salva. After this, he pierced each and every soldier by releasing one arrow. He killed the chariot drivers by firing 10 arrows at each one of them, and he killed the carriers, like the horses and elephants, by releasing 3 arrows directly towards each one. When everyone present on the battlefield saw this wonderful feat of Pradyumna's, the great fighters on both sides praised his act of chivalry. Also, his enemy was like, "Whoa!" But still, the airplane occupied by Salva was very mysterious. It was so extraordinary that sometimes many airplanes would appear to be in the sky, and sometimes there were apparently none. Sometimes the plane was visible and sometimes not visible, and the warriors of the Yadu dynasty were puzzled about the whereabouts of the peculiar airplane. Sometimes they would see the airplane on the ground, sometimes flying in the sky, sometimes resting on the peak of a hill, and sometimes floating on the water. The wonderful airplane flew in the sky like a whirling firebrand. It was not steady even for a moment, but despite the mysterious maneuvering of the airplane, the commanders and soldiers of the Yadu dynasty would immediately rush towards Salva wherever he was present with his airplane and soldiers. The arrows released by the dynasty of the Yadus were as brilliant as the sun and as dangerous as the tongues of serpents. All the soldiers fighting on behalf of Salva soon became distressed by the incessant release of arrows upon them by the heroes of the Yadu dynasty, and Salva himself became unconscious from the attack of these arrows.
The soldiers fighting on behalf of Shalva were also very strong, and the release of their arrows also harassed the heroes of the Yadu dynasty. But still, the Yadus were so strong and determined that they did not move from their strategic positions. The heroes of the Yadu dynasty were determined either to die in the battlefield or to gain victory. They were confident that if they died in the fighting, they would attain the heavenly planets, and if they came out victorious, they would enjoy the world. The name of Shalva's commander-in-chief was Duhuma, and he was very powerful, and though bitten by 25 of Pradyumna's arrows, he suddenly attacked Pradyumna with his fierce club and struck him so strongly that Pradyumna became unconscious. Immediately there was a roaring, "Now he is dead! Now he is dead!" The force of the club on Pradyumna's chest was very severe, and it appeared as though his chest had been torn asunder. Pradyumna's chariot was being driven by the son of Daruka. According to Vedic military principles, the chariot driver and the hero on the chariot must cooperate during the fighting. As such, because of the duty of the chariot driver to take care of the hero on the chariot during the dangerous and precarious fighting, Daruka's son removed Pradyumna from the battlefield. 2 hours later, in a quiet place, Pradyumna regained consciousness, and when he saw that he was in a place other than the battlefield, he addressed the charioteer and condemned him. "Oh, you have done the most abominable act. Why have you removed me from the battlefield? My dear charioteer, I have never heard of any of our family members was ever removed from a battlefield. None of them left the battlefield while fighting. By this removal, you have overburdened me with a great defamation. It will be said that I left the battlefield while fighting was going on. My dear charioteer, I must accuse you. You are a coward and emasculator. Okay, I heard that word before. Kachavali?
Emasculator?
Emasculator?
Taking away one's masculinity.
Ooh, Hare Krishna. Tell me, how can I go before my uncle Balaram and my father Krishna, and what will I say before them? Everyone will talk about me and say that I fled the battle fighting place. And if they inquire from me about this, what will be my reply? My sisters-in-law will play jokes upon me with sarcastic words. My dear hero, how have you become such a coward? How have you become a eunuch? How have you become so low in the eyes of the fighters who oppose you? I think, my dear charioteer, that you have committed a great offence by removing me from the battlefield. The charioteer of Pradyumna replied, My dear sir, I wish a long life for you. I think that I did nothing wrong, for it is the duty of a charioteer to help the fighter in the chariot when he is in a precarious condition. My dear sir, you are completely competent in the battlefield, but it is the duty of the charioteer and the warrior to protect each other in precarious conditions. I was completely aware of the regulative principles of fighting, and I did my duty. The enemy all of a sudden struck you with his club so severely that you lost consciousness. You were in a dangerous position, surrounded by your enemies. Therefore, I was obliged to act as I did. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 76th chapter of Krishna. Haribol, the battle between Shalva and the members of the Yadu dynasty. Hare Krishna. Just in time. Boo.
Chapter 7. Yes.
Thank you.
Chapter 77. The Deliverance of Shalva. After talking with his charioteer, the son of Daruka, Pradyumna could understand the real circumstances. Therefore he refreshed himself by washing his mouth and hands, and after arming himself properly with bows and arrows, he asked his charioteer to take him near the place where Shalva's commander-in-chief was standing. During the short absence of Pradyumna from the battlefield, Jumna, Shalva's commander-in-chief, had been taking over the position of the soldier of the Yadu dynasty. Appearing on the battlefield, Pradyumna immediately stopped him and smiling, shot 8 arrows at him. With 4 arrows he killed Jumna's 4 horses, and with 1 arrow his chariot's driver. With another arrow he cut his own bow in 2. With another he cut his flag to pieces, and with the last he severed his head from his body. On the other fronts, heroes like Gada, Satyaki, and Samba were killing the soldier of Shalva. The soldiers staying with Shalva in the airplane were also killed in the fighting, and they fell into the ocean. Each party began to strike the opposite party very severely in fierce, dangerous battle that continued for 27 days without stopping. While the fight was...
The third time is 27 days.
What?
It's the third time. There was Jambavan and Krishna, and there was Jarasander and Bhima, and now it's the fights again.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
27 days fights. Yeah, he likes to fight long.
Not 26. 27. Well, it finishes at 28. The 28th day is the last day.
And I'm 28 years old.
Oh, it's a sign of God.
It's been a week, yeah.
It's like 1 month.
While the fight was going on in the city of Dvarka, Krishna was staying at Indraprastha with the Pandavas and King Yudhishthir. This fighting with Shalva took place after the Raja Suya Yagna had been performed by King Yudhishthir and after the killing of Shishupal. When Lord Krishna understood that there was great danger in the city of Dvarka, he took permission from the elder members of the Pandava family, especially from his aunt Kunti Devi, and started immediately for Dvarka.
Immediately for Dwarka. Lord Krishna began to think that while he was staying in Hastinapura with Balaram after the killing of Shishupal, Shishupal's men must have attacked Dwarka. On reaching Dwarka, Lord Krishna saw that the whole city was greatly endangered. He placed Balaramaji in a strategic position for the protection of the city, and he himself asked his charioteer, Daruka, to prepare to start. He said, Daruka, please immediately take me to where Salva is staying. You may know that this Salva is very powerful, mysterious man. Don't fear him in the least. As soon as he got this order from the Lord Krishna, Daruka had him seated on a chariot and drove him very quickly towards Salva. The chariot of Lord Krishna was marked with a flag bearing the insignias of Garuda. And as soon as the soldiers and the warriors of the Yadu dynasty saw the flag, they could understand that Lord Krishna was on the battlefield. By this time, almost all the soldiers of Salva had been killed. But when Salva saw that Krishna had come to the battlefield, he released a great, powerful weapon which flew through the sky with a roaring sound like a great meteor. It was so bright that the whole sky was lit up by its presence. But as soon as Lord Krishna appeared, he tore the great weapon into hundreds and thousands of pieces by releasing his own arrows.
Yay!
Lord Krishna struck Salva with 16 arrows, and with his showers of arrows he overpowered the airplane. Just as the sun on a clear sky overpowers the whole sky by an unlimited number of molecules of sunshine. Salva struck a severe blow to Krishna's left side, where the Lord carried his bow, Sanga, and as a result the Sanga bow fell from the Lord's hand. This dropping of the bow is indeed wonderful. Great personalities and demigods who were observing the fight between Salva and Krishna were most perturbed by this, and they claimed, "Alas, alas!" Salva thought that he had become victorious, and with a roaring sound he addressed Lord Krishna as follows: "You rascal Krishna! You kidnapped Rukmini forcibly, even in our presence. You baffled my friend Shishupal and married Rukmini yourself. And in the great assembly at the king's Yudhishthira's Rajas Yakya, while my friend Shishupal was a little absent-minded, you took an opportunity to kill him. Everyone thinks that you are a great fighter and no one can conquer you. So now you'll have to prove your strength. I think that if you stand before me any longer, with my sharp arrows I shall send you to a place wherefrom you will never return."
Ooh, that's fighting words. That's fighting words. Krishna.
To this Lord Krishna replied, "Foolish Shalva, you are talking nonsensically. You do not know that the moment of death is already upon your head. Actual heroes do not talk much. They prove their prowess by practical exhibition of chivalrous activities." After saying this, Lord Krishna, in great anger, struck Shalva on the collarbone with his club so severely that Shalva began to vomit blood and tremble as if he were going to collapse from severe cold. Before Krishna was able to strike him again, however, Shalva became invisible by his mystic power. Within a few moments, a mysterious unknown man came before Lord Krishna, crying loudly. He bowed down at the Lord's lotus feet and said to him, "Since you are most beloved son of your father Vasudeva, your mother Devaki has sent me to inform you of the unfortunate news that Shalva has arrested your father and taken him away by force, just as a butcher mercilessly takes away an animal." When Lord Krishna heard this unfortunate news from the unknown man, he at first became most perturbed. Just like an ordinary human being, his face showed signs of grief, and he began to cry in a piteous tone. "How could this happen? My brother, Lord Balaram, is there, and it is impossible for anyone to conquer Balaramji. He is in charge of Dwarka city, and I know he is very alert. He is always alert. How could Shalva possibly enter the city and arrest my father in that way? Whatever Shalva may be, his power is limited, so how could it be possible that he has conquered the strength of Balaramji and taken away my father, arresting him as described by this man? Alas, destiny is after all very powerful." While Sri Krishna was thinking like this, Shalva brought before him in custody a man exactly resembling Vasudeva, his father. These were all creations of the mystic power of Shalva. Shalva addressed Krishna, "You rascal Krishna, look, this is your father who has begotten you, and by whose mercy you are still living. Now just see how I kill your father. If you have any strength, try to save him." The mystic juggler Shalva, speaking in this way before Lord Krishna, immediately cut off the head of the false Vasudeva. Then, without hesitation, he took away the dead body and got into his airplane. Lord Krishna is the self-sufficient Supreme Personality of Godhead, yet because he was playing the role of a human being, he became very depressed for a moment, as if he had actually lost his father. But at the next moment he could understand that the arrest and killing of his father were demonstrations of the mystic power which Shalva had learned from the demon Maya. Coming to his right consciousness, he could see that there was no messenger and no head of his father, but that Shalva had left in his airplane, which was flying in the sky. He then began to think of slaying Shalva.
Krishna's reaction is a controversial point among great authorities and saintly persons. How could Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the reservoir of all power and knowledge, be bewildered in such a way? Lamentation, aggrievement, and bewilderment are characteristics of conditioned souls. But how can such things affect the person of the Supreme, who is full of knowledge, power, and all opulence? Actually, it is not at all possible that Lord Krishna was misled by the mystic jugglery of Salva. He was displaying his pastime in playing the role of a human being. Great saintly persons and sages who are engaged in the devotional service of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna and who have thus achieved the greatest perfection of self-realization have transcended the bewilderments of the bodily concept of life. Lord Krishna is the ultimate goal of life for such saintly persons. How then could Krishna have been bewildered by the mystic juggery of Salva? The conclusion is that Lord Krishna's bewilderment was another opulence of his supreme personality. When Salva thought that Krishna had been bewildered by his mystic representations, he became encouraged and began to attack the Lord with greater strength and energy by showering volleys of arrows upon him. But the enthusiasm of Salva can be compared to the speedy march of moths into a fire. Lord Krishna, by hurling his arrows with unfathomable strength, injured Salva, whose armor, bow, and jeweled helmet all scattered in pieces. With a crashing blow from Krishna's club, Salva's wonderful airplane burst into pieces and fell into the sea.
Hey.
So he was tricking them, he was not bewildered. He was pretending to be bewildered. Genius. With a crashing blow from Krishna's club, and instead of crashing with the airplane, he managed to jump onto the land. Sorry. Salva's wonderful airplane burst into pieces and fell into the sea. Salva was very careful, and instead of crashing with the airplane, he managed to jump onto the land. He again rushed towards Lord Krishna. When Salva ran swiftly to attack Krishna with his club, Lord Krishna cut off his hand, which fell to the ground with the club. Finally, deciding to kill him, the Lord took up his wonderful disc, Disc? Yes? Like a weapon? Okay. Yeah, that was it. When Lord Krishna stood up with his disc to kill Salva, he appeared just like a mountain with the red sun rising over it. Lord Krishna then cut off Salva's head, and the head with its earrings and helmet fell to the ground. Salva was thus killed in the same way that Vritrashura was killed by Indra, the king of heaven. When Salva was killed, all his soldiers and followers cried, "Alas, alas!" While Salva's men were thus crying, the demigods from the heavenly planets showered flowers on Krishna and announced the victory by beating drums and blowing bugles. At that very moment, other friends of Sisupala, such as Dantavakra, appeared on the scene to fight with Krishna and avenge the death of Sisupala and others. When Dantavakra appeared before Lord Krishna, he was extremely angry. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 77th chapter of Krishna, the deliverance of Salva.
Chapter 78, the killing of Dantavakra, Vidurata and Romaharshana. After the demise of Shishupal, Salva and Paundraka, a foolish demoniac king of the name Dantavakra wanted to kill Krishna to avenge the death of his friend Salva. He became so agitated that he appeared on the battlefield without the proper arms and ammunitions and without even a chariot. His only weapon was his great anger, which was red hot. He carried only a club in his hand, but he was so powerful that when he moved, everyone felt the earth tremble. When Lord Krishna saw him approaching in a very heroic mood, he immediately got down from his chariot, for it was a rule of military etiquette that fighting should take place only between equals. Knowing that Dantavakra was alone and armed with only a club, Lord Krishna responded similarly and prepared himself by taking a club in his hand. When Krishna appeared before him, Dantavakra's heroic march was immediately stopped, just as the great furious waves of the ocean are stopped by the beach. At that time, Dantavakra, who was the king of Karusha, stood firmly with his club and spoke to Lord Krishna as follows. It is a great pleasure and fortunate opportunity, Krishna, that we are seeing each other face to face. My dear Krishna, after all, you are my maternal cousin, and I should not kill you in this way. But unfortunately, you have committed a great mistake by killing my friend. I know that you want to kill me also, because of your determination. I must kill you by tearing you into pieces with my club. Krishna, although you are my relative, you are foolish. You are our greatest enemy, so I must kill you today, just as a person removes a boil on his body by a surgical operation. I am always very much obliged to my friends, and I therefore consider myself indebted to my dear friend Salva. I can liquidate my indebtedness to him only by killing you.
As the caretaker of an elephant tries to control the animal by striking it with his trident, Dantravakra tried to control Krishna simply by speaking strong words. After finishing his vituperation, he struck Krishna on the head with his club and made a roaring sound like a lion. But Krishna, although struck strongly by the club of Dantravaka, did not move even an inch, nor did he feel any pain. Taking his Komudaki club and moving very skillfully, Krishna struck Dantravaka's chest so fiercely that Dantravaka's heart split in twain. As a result, Dantravaka began to vomit blood. His hair scattered, and he fell on the ground, spreading his hands and legs. Within only a few minutes, all that remained of Dantravaka was a dead body on the ground. After the death of Dantravaka, just as at the time of Shishupal's death, in the presence of all the persons standing there, a small particle of spiritual effulgence came out of the demon's body and very wonderfully merged into the body of Krishna. Dantravaka had a brother named Viduratra, who was overwhelmed by the grief at Dantravaka's death. Out of grief and anger, Viduratra was breathing very heavily, and just to avenge the death of his brother, he appeared before Lord Krishna with a sword and a shield in his hand. He wanted to kill Krishna immediately. When Lord Krishna understood that Viduratra was looking for the opportunity to strike him with his sword, he employed his Sudarshan chakra. His razor-shaped disc, without delay, cut off the head of Viduratra's head with his helmet and earrings. In this way, after killing Shalva and destroying his wonderful airplane, and then killing Dantravakra and Vidurata, Lord Krishna at last entered his city, Dwarka. It would not have been possible for anyone but Krishna to kill these great heroes, and therefore all the demigods from heaven and the human beings in the surface of the globe were glorifying him. Great sages and ascetics, the denizens of the Siddha and Gandharva planets, the denizens known as the Vidyadharas, the Vakshukis, and the Mahanagas, the beautiful angels, the inhabitants of Pitaloka, the Yakshas, the Kinnaras, the Charanas, all showered flowers upon him and sang songs of his victory in great jubilation. Decorating the entire city with very festively, the citizens of Dwarka held a great celebration, and when Lord Krishna passed through the city, all the members of the Vrishni dynasty and the heroes of the Yadu dynasty followed him with great respect. These are some of the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna, the master of all mystic power and the lord of all cosmic manifestations. Those who are fools who are like animals, sometimes think that Krishna is defeated, but factually, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and no one can defeat him. He always remains victorious over everyone. He alone is God. All others are his subservient other order carriers.
Very nice.
Yes, we did. Probably knew before. Never knew again.
Once upon a time, Lord Bahram heard that an arrangement was being made for a fight between two rival parties in the Kuru dynasty, one headed by Duryodhana and the other by the Pandavas. He did not like the idea, and he tried to act as a mediator to stop the fighting. Finding it impossible and not wishing to take an active part on behalf of either party, he left Dvarka on the plea of visiting various holy places of pilgrimage. He first of all visited the place of pilgrimage known as Prabhasa Kshetra. He took his bath there and he pacified the local brahmanas and offered oblation to the demigods, Pitas, great sages and people in general, in accordance with Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. That is the Vedic method of visiting holy places. After this, accompanied by some respectable brahmanas, he decided to visit different places on the bank of the river Sarasvati. He gradually visited such places as Pritudaka, Bindusara, Kritakupa, Sudarshana Tirtha, Vishala Tirtha, Brahma Tirtha, and Chakra Tirtha. Beside these, he also visited the holy places on the bank of the Sarasvati river running toward the east. After this, he visited all the principal holy places on the bank of the Yamuna and on the bank of the Ganges. Thus, he gradually came to the holy places known as Naimisharanya. Naimisharanya is still existing in India, and in ancient times it was especially used for the meetings of great sages and saintly persons with the aim of understanding spiritual life and self-realization. When Lord Bahram visited that place, there was a great sacrifice being performed by a great assembly of transcendentalists. Such meetings were planned to last thousands of years. When Lord Bahram arrived, all the participants in the meeting, great sages, ascetics, brahmanas, and learned scholars, immediately arose from their seat and welcomed him with great honor and respect. Some offered him respect by standing up and then paying obeisances, and those who were elderly great sages and brahmanas offered him blessings after standing up. After this formality, Lord Bahram was offered a suitable seat, and everyone present worshipped him. Everyone in the assembly stood up in the presence of Bahram because they knew him to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Education or learning means to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, although Lord Bahram appeared on the earth as a Kshatriya, all the Brahmanas and sages stood up because they knew who Lord Bahram was.
Is that where the Srimad Bhagavatam spoke?
We finished there.
We all, so thank you all for coming and reading. It is every evening goes like that. You have to get used to it. Yes. No, that is Krishna actually. Okay, so thank you for coming and making time go so quick by a good association. Time with friends always goes quick, isn't it? So thank you. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us this opportunity. And now we have another opportunity, which is called Raja Govind.
You like this too?
My favorite.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna